evil blanket fish has awoken.
There we go. Yeah, looks like everything's coming in. So it's been a while, because I had some technical issues, mainly my fan on my CPU going out. So it's the first time I've been able to stream in about a week. So, yeah, we are continuing with Shadow Madness. I think we left off last time. We were just about to go through some kind of dungeon to the east. I forget what it was called. Trying to get an idea for what all of these do, because from what I remember, when you're in battle, not only is it kind of an ATB, so you have to go quickly, but it also doesn't tell you any descriptions. Means I kind of have to know what all the items and what all the spells do, because in battle, I'm not going to be able to look it up. Gogarin Keep. That was the name of it. I think I checked in here before. Wasn't any... I can't remember if there was something there before or not. Well, to see the works, or we're out of luck. Come on, show a little faith here. I will show faith. Oh, really? I'd like to see that. I am biomechanical in nature. I can feel things. I am not just a machine. Yeah, okay. You still whir when you walk, though. Negative. It is simply the case that... Come on, children, aren't we forgetting something? Alright, back to business. Let her rip. That's better. Excellent, you did it. You really did it, Windleaf. What? You thought it wouldn't work? Oh, no, it's just that, well, you know. You lie like a rug, but it's okay, I wasn't sure either. Enough jolly banter. Let us proceed before we attract more attention than we have already. Yep, I am back.
Hi, everybody!
All I had to do was perform a couple of minor operations on my PC to install a fan and redo the thermal paste. Alright, let's see what's in there. Yeah, everything's in normal temperatures now. Heads up, there's a Gagarin. Maybe he's okay, he hasn't attacked yet. I would advise extreme caution. There is danger here. There is... Relax, I know what I'm doing. Excuse me, sir. Might we have a word with you before traveling into the Crescent Valley? Sir, madam, curious creature of wood. I regret that I cannot grant you passage through the keep. Huh? He seems fine to me. Not nearly as fine as you, sweetie pie. If this is chivalrous behavior, I'm the Queen of Kellest. Greetings, your majesty. What are you selling, Queenie? Magazines? Mints? Ah, I know. Cookies. Shoot me a box, Toots. This man is ill. There is danger here. There may be death. Well, actually, there has been a lot of death recently. Spectacular, really. The new captain is quite voracious. Waiter, check, please. There is no waiter here. He's quick, old Hearth-5 is. As I was saying, new captain has ordered us to keep all travelers out. Toxic wasteland down in the valley. Nice beaches, though, up the cliffs. Free your mind, free your bladder. So much for the defenders of the realm. Come on, everyone, let's go. No, let's go. Everyone loves a party. Well, you need your CPU fan, or whatever, unless you have a water cooler. And then normally, I mean, you get fans on your graphics card also. And then on top of those, you usually, at bare minimum, usually need an intake and an exhaust fan to bring in cool air from outside and exhaust out the hot air, just to keep the whole inside of the case from overheating. A lot of people do a lot more inside case fans than that, but that's usually the bare minimum, is just an intake and an exhaust fan. I'd love to meet the new captain that poor guy mentioned. Sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for. It is wise to expect anything at this point. Still, we must keep going. I'll say one thing for them, these guys really know how to party. Not so sure, Stinger. It looks to me like the Gagarins made a last stand here. Indeed. Instead of a party, it was a fight. To the death. Two are a bundle of grins, you know that? All I'm saying is we need to be careful. Whatever did this might still be around. Filthy pit of a place. All the stupid little soldiers are dead and dripping. This house has gone cold. Master, let me leave this hole. I have defeated them all. Would have words with you. Okay, you're right, Windleaf. We need to be careful. Thank you. Wasn't so hard, was it? Children, behave. Let's go before Papa Har 5 gives us a spanking. No, that should pretty much do it. What is with the accuracy in this game? Hey, Nami, what you doing? I mean, this clicking sound? That would be the controller. Yeah, Kaz, it definitely seems that way. How many attacks I missed in that last fight. Yeah, because one of the mechanics of this game apparently is that if you mash the confirm button after you like assign your attack, but before the animation goes off, you have a chance of doing more damage. Level 4 lockpick you require to open this. I only have 2. So far, I haven't been able to avoid a battle. I'm not sure if that's a level thing, but I mean, the stuff here does seem to be giving good XP. That's what it said in the FAQ. I mean, the it's also very likely the FAQ could be wrong. That's what I read. The FAQ might be full of shit though, because I'm mashing the crap out of all these attacks and I'm not getting any double hits. Oh, it was up. Getting close to the top of the keep. Anyone sane left in here? What's this? That faint aroma, flesh blood, fresh meat. Something more. Curious presence. A magic user. Can it be? Have the Gutless Magi found their spines? Extraordinary. Someone dares to hunt me down. I would meet these fools. Yes, yes, yes. Come to me. Like someone walked over my grave. Stench in here is unbearable. I hear something. Something is lurking nearby. Like maybe behind that door? If that's the case, let's go check the other door first. We got two more doors to check. Ew, it reeks in here. There has been death. But where are all the bodies? How can you have stink without, That is what we must find out. BR5, do we have to? Some mysteries are best unsolved. But once I agree with Stinger, let's get out of here. I didn't even see what I picked up there. Everyone alright? I have sustained minimal damage. Yeah, me too. It could have been disastrous. Let's try it again, only this time... Right. Let's be more careful. Got it. How was I to know the whole floor was gonna bust open? R5, you should have warned us. You're always yapping about buildings and their condition and stuff. That was a trap. It was well executed. I'm impressed. I'd like to leave an impression. My fist on your head. Guys, stop. Let's not beat each up over this. No one else is doing too good a job for us. I, for one, would like to put a stop to a step. I, for one, would like to put that to a stop. You and me both, buddy. Thing is accelerating the natural process of decay. Remind me not to use their decorator. Night helm, night gauntlets, Gaugerin armor. Art of War by Vlag the Impaler. It changed from Vlad to Vlag. Translated from the Ancient Arcosium by Sage P. Lang, Carillon Hall of Wisdom. In the event of war, meditate, find your center. Be sure to skewer the fallen enemy on sharpened poles. You can then display the dead and dying fellows in front of your castle. Use this method to send a special message to a certain someone, or to drop a festive hint to the townfolks. I find this craft to be a joy, especially in autumn when the fall climate mixes divinely with the smell of burning fields and the sounds of the dying. Hope you enjoy it too. Screaming from Mandum, a self-help journal for today's warrior. Not even going there. Blindness, Rage Shriek, and Wind Strike. Who dares? Who disturbs the mighty Grimsmere? Hold it. Take a look at him. It's you at last. Expecting us? Oh yes, been waiting for you ever since I smelled you. I must say it took you flesh bags long enough. What, did you stop for tea? You reek. What did you eat, man? Ah, fine aroma, no. I wear the blood of many Gargarins. It has formed a splendid perfume of despair. Its entity is not of this world. I could say the same of you, device. You are far more than a machine. You possess the aura of life, but you are not quite alive. No, but we are, and we're taking you back to Carillon. We are? You pay for what you've done. Ah, the little mage. It is you who I sensed earlier. Speak of payment. I would pay any price to corrupt this hallowed place again. It gave me such joy. Alright, Stink Breath, fun time's over. My pleasure has just begun. Alright, come along quietly, I'm gonna smack you around. Little man, the only thing you're going to do is bleed. Most unexpected. Hurts. Music to my ears. Find you again, slay you, then eat you. Makes you think you're going anywhere. Do yourself a favor, remain still and we will be merciful. You female, I will gut slowly, this I promise. I will watch you breathe your last, I will gloat as your body grows cold. What the? The creature escaped. It may return with reinforcements. It is we who will find you, creature. Huh? Do you hear? We will hunt you down. You tell him, girl. For now, though, why don't you relax? We won. As you say, By the way, Winleaf, what was that back there about taking him back to Carillon? Since when are we members of the militia? I don't know. It seemed right at the time that he should be tried for his crimes. That was a good thought, but a little misplaced. Puss bags like that don't need to be put down like rabid dogs, not stuck in front of a judge. I suggest we continue this debate later. I believe I have come up with the key we need to leave this place. Good eye, Heart5. Let's get out while the getting's good. Until next time, Grimsmere. Yeah, the sound design is definitely pretty basic. Do not remove. Yeah, I haven't played Wild Arms 1 in a long time. I've played the last couple of times I've played it, I've played the PS2 remake. Which is funny when you consider that, like, one of the big selling points, especially like when I guess the TurboGrafx CD and the Sega CD came out, like the 16-bit ones, was the fact that they could do like the normal 16-bit games, but with like CD quality sound. So obviously Genesis and like TurboGrafx games were tiny as far as like they were usually like, I want to say 16 to 20 megabits at, megabytes at most, whereas a CD can take 600. So they would always be, normal Genesis and TurboGrafx games, but with, crazy amounts of the disc dedicated just to music, sound effects, and voices. So it is funny when like the earlier PS1 games, when they start doing some 3D stuff that obviously take up a lot more space on the disc, and then they find them, and still the sounds that they do have being pretty high quality, the fact that they have to pare it down because of that. Site of a gruesome animal attack on a train of settlers who later founded the town of Jinx. So, yeah, just one of those funny things where since all the sound is CD quality, they do have to find ways to cut corners for space and end up only putting in a certain number of sound effects for enemies like that. I think this game is only 2 discs. And if this game is more than 2 discs, then this playthrough is going to come to a pretty big halt at some point. I only found info for the first 2 discs. Could be. Because like I said, I'm obviously emulating this, and I downloaded it, and there was only 2 discs in it. So if this was more than 2 discs, then at some point, this playthrough is going to end. I couldn't find information for a 3rd disc anywhere. Legendary venting god petroglyph, often seen tattooed on the arms of barkeepers and waitresses. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I don't think I really applied any, like, enhancements to it. So I think this is still pretty much the game as is, but... Yeah, because like I said, I didn't really look for any enhancements or anything in the menus for the emulator. I just kind of popped it in. I, oddly enough, haven't used a PS1 emulator, because pretty much all the PS1 games I own, as far as JRPGs go. So I'd normally just be playing them on my PS3. This is one of the few that I happen to not. Symbol of man's utter inhumanity to his fellow man. Abstract symbol. I don't know that I'd say it's the FF7 killer. Probably, definitely the, heavy inspiration from FF7. This is FF7. We have FF7 at home. Well, here we are. Check this place out. It's a marvel of architecture, though very unlike Gadgeteer work. Very organic in nature. It's charged with power. I can feel it from here. That's very nice, Windleaf. Hello? You should probably go in now. Oh, right. Well, you have come far. Your deeds are impressive. Thanks. Who are you? I am a spirit of justice. I seek a reckoning. With us? Nay, cast your gaze to the west. A malady lies upon 2 towns. They must be freed. Which 2 towns? By the lake and woods ye shall find them. Go. But turn not until you have put things to right. It's like we have work to do, people. Okay. Was out of nowhere. Literally, he's not there anymore. We can go in. Spirit is not actually blocking us, yet we still can't go in. Something. Anglerville. One by the forest, one by the lake, right? I'm a fool. You're a fool. We're all fools. To the tip. Wonder when this is going to affect us. Seems like it's just a matter of time. Free the people! Kill oppression! Save the Wheelets! You alright? You had me at hello! You had me at hello! Feast on your soul! Alright, you're definitely not alright. Okay, so strange, crazy disease seemed to also be affecting that one knight that we met in the keep. Way over here. So have we switched off from random encounters to on-screen encounters now? Did not realize this was going to be this long of a conversation. Everyone who ain't dead and sane are sitting on their butts and whining like pups. Yes, that everyone. They're here in this room. If you drop dead, go mad, or start to whine, that'll leave me. Don't worry, we're not about to do any of those things. Hey, Samato. Yep. Like I said before, I needed to perform some minor operation on my computers. You know, changing the computer fan and the thermal paste out. But I've been monitoring it yesterday, and then I'm also have something up to keep track of it right now, and it seems to be perfectly fine now. I shouldn't appear blocky. I see what you mean. It's like when I move my head. Yeah, I see it too. I wonder if that's a problem with the bit rate, or maybe if my camera is starting to go out. Whoever's in there is plenty scared. Someone locked inside of a treasure chest. Obviously, it's Isaac. Yeah, but like I said, that's two things that it probably could be. It could either be the bit rate not being able to handle the quick motion, or it could be the camera. Which I think I have... No, my stuff is AMD. Uh, 6,000 is usually for 1080p 60, which I'm only doing 1080p 30. Because I did 1080p 60 before, and for some reason Twitch didn't like it and was constantly like dropping me down. So I went down to 30. I think I could probably raise it up a little bit more, but I think I currently have it at 4,500, which should be slightly above what you need for 1080p 30. I might be able to bring it above that. Yeah, I think 4,500 is what I have it at. But like I said, I've also had this webcam for going on 5 years, so it could also just be the webcam. Like it is giving me problems. It constantly errors to where I have to completely uninstall and reinstall the driver to get it to work. Not a priority, but yeah, at some point I probably should think about getting a new webcam. Oh, I already bought the thermal paste. Like, that's what I had to do before I was okay to start streaming again today. I replaced the CPU fan and redid the thermal paste. Well, I mean, if it makes you feel better one way or another, whether, you know, through entertainment or just getting your mind off of stuff, that's... I mean, a couple of hours of getting your mind off your problems is definitely worth it. Hey there, is it safe to go out yet? Not exactly. I'd keep in here where it's safe if I were you. You don't have to tell me twice. If discretion is the better part of valor, then I'm the most valorous guy alive. That's one way of looking at things. With your leg not off by a school of razor cod, you'd say the same. Perhaps. That's your one about that big fifth behind me. Fifth? Fifth of what? I said fifth, not fifth. Ah, that clears things up a bit. Youthie, I wath out the lock for 14 days and 14th night fighting the beast. I almost got killed when it suddenly jumped over my boat and struck me in the face. Broke out my 2 front teeth. See? Yes, thanks for sharing. That made me so mad I decided to stuff and mount it. Isn't it a beaut? Yes, it's a nice fish. Off the topic, do you have any idea as to what's happening here? Happening? I haven't a clue. All I can tell you is that half the town has been reduced to raving, murderous lunatics. And the other half have run away into the foothills. Finally managed to catch a few of the poor mad fellows who were running amok. We uttered a jerry-rigged net trap to had to throw them in the jail. But hey, this is such a downer. You probably came here to stop, right? Not exactly. We're looking for survivors. I'm definitely a survivor. And as a survivor, I'm moving on despite the danger around me. Find fault in that, I suppose. Precisely. Now that we've got that out of the way, step right up and check out the goods. Oh, I think it is an actual shop. Like, there's so many different status effects that you need an item to get rid of, and you've got such a small inventory. And then even on top of that, even if I have the right thing, if I get hit with those status effects in battle, I have to try to remember what item cures what. Because they don't give you the details in battle. Hey, you guys with the militia? In a way, we're couriers for the city of Carillon. That's so. Suppose you'll do. No? And someone needs to get out there and rid of them things. We're doing our best, now that you mention it. Good for you. I see my tax money at work. Okay, Sam, so I'll look after him after stream. Helm of Emmons. Okay, so we can't equip that helm, so I'm guessing that's like a story quest item. Howdy, strangers. Just want to let you know you'll be skinned alive should you be here to loot our poor town. You don't need to worry about us. No, I don't. Constable, you watching these folks? Yep. On them like white on rice. I'll feed them to Balak if they break the law. Balak? What's a Balak? Ask one of these gents over at the table. They'll tell you. They've seen Balak. Great. Thanks for the tip. Don't mention. By the way, what's going on with all those creatures out there? What's it to you? We'll deal with them soon enough. That's so. Need any help? Well, now that you mention it. Shut it, Cassie. We don't need them. Speak for yourself. I'm tired of those creeps thrashing my town, my bar, everything. Tell you people what, I'm putting up a bounty on them things out there. Bounty? 2,000 gold pieces plus some fine gear and items to the first person that gives proof the town's clear. That's a good offer. Darn straight it is. No looting, though. Understood? Understood. You can talk all you want about that bounty. While you're talking, I aim to take care of them things all by my lonesome for free. Good luck. You'll need it. Same to you. See who's lucky we will. Alec? Yeah, I've seen him. Huge and ugly as the back of my head. Fish the size of a town and a maw larger than the gates of paradise. Normally I'd be skeptical, after all I've seen, though. Better believe it, Balak's real. Too real. Balak, he surfaces a couple of times a year. Anyone unlucky enough to be out in the loch then is likely to be food for the beast. Only ones who have seen it will live to tell the tale as me and crisp. Sounds like you two are the luckiest men in town. I suppose. Still remember it. I'm skimming along the surface, his fins shooting out of the water like a row of spears. I need another drink. Alright, so possible big fish boss. Guess no one made it back alive. Except for this cat. Wonder if the cat man needs any new friends. Alright, cat. You're a temporary mascot until we get to Catman's. Best weapons in Arcos, but I'm afraid I'm not back to full capacity yet. That stint in the hills really took it out of me. Good to be back home again. Crescent Arrow is 20. I have 20 of them. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything left in town. Can't go anywhere else. Guess let me go back into the bar and declare that they're all gone. Here they are, boys, the baddest of the bad. Our heroes, Stinger, Windleaf, and Hard 5. I don't remember giving you our names. Bloody luck, if you ask me. Well, we ain't asking you, are we? Here's to the Anglerville 3. Cheers! To the heroes, cheers! Here's to you, folks. May your glory never fade. I'll drink to that. Oh, I forget, there's the matter of the bounty. Really, it's not necessary. Now, girl, a deal's a deal in Anglerville. Take these things with our blessing. Very well, thank you all. Thanks, everybody. We won't quit until the battle's won. The hell does prowess do? During Cretans who tear out the town took the best of everything. Nothing really special to show you, but feel free to browse if you wish. enchantments for now. What the hell else am I supposed to do here? Because I'm not allowed to go into the Magus place until I clear the... Can't remember if they said disease or the corruption from both here and the town and the forest. I don't know if that just means killing all the enemies. But doesn't seem to be anything else I can do here. Mag, the sun's eternal foe, Prissy, the moon. Let me tell you a secret. Step over here, just a little closer. That's better. Now listen carefully. You're all about to die. Kyrg's bunions are you talking about? Ooh, touchy, aren't we? Just like a male to snap like that. And what in the heck is that thing? A keg with peepers? Is it male or female? I am both, and neither. One size fits all, eh? And whatever bakes your cake, I guess. Kyrg's mother didn't give me the brains to understand all that stuff. You just keep your distance from me, okay? That would be acceptable. Kyrg's mother? Kyrg was simply his mother's son. She was his creator. She is a true power. He is nothing but a sham. A unique perspective. Let's go quickly. Howdy, citizen. I'm looking for some information. Shoot. I noticed that the men and women here seem to be at war with each other. Indeed. Why? Well, I can only speak for myself. It's just so strange. There I was one evening, going through my invoices. All of a sudden, I understood what a rancid skunk she was. She being Hilly, my wife, of course. It was crystal clear. I knew I had to leave before I throttled her. So I moved into my office here, and I'm happier than I've ever been. If you don't mind, I'd like to look around a bit. Help yourself. You might want to visit our museum. Skeleton of the ancient Neopaleoaustralopithecus, savage animal that roamed these parts millions of years ago, is most astonishing. That exhibit was installed here 20 years ago by the revered paleontologist Dr. Heand. Old bones, huh? Sure, I'll go check it out. Oh, by the way, boy, keep that female of yours on a leash here. Excuse me. Now there you've done it. I can't abide that squealing minx. Get her out of here. Of all the rude, vulgar things to say, I fought monsters with better manners. Winleaf? Yeah, luckily I'm civilized, otherwise I'd blast you where you sit. Get out of my place, shrieking harlot. That's okay, William. We'll be going now. Come along, Winleaf. My parents like to yell at each other. They do it every day, all day. Can't wait to grow up. The name of Kirk's pearly teeth were you doing in there, dingbat? That was the mayor. He could have thrown us in the clink. Just like a man, taking sides with your ilk. He was being perfectly civil until you threw that fit. Fit? You want to see a fit little man? Oh yeah, come and get some, dingbat. These hostilities are face incapacitation. Huh? What? Stop fighting or I'll knock the two of you out cold. Now that I have your attention, may I remind you that we have some serious work to do. Let us proceed peacefully. Alright, already. As you say, Harp 5. Okay, so where's stuff that was in the last town? I'm gonna bring up the FAQ for this. I feel like not. I'm missing something. Okay, here we go. Crescent Valley, Anglerville, and Jinx. Basically just need to check if all I was supposed to do in Anglerville was just kill everything, or if there was something else I needed to do. Okay, no, looks like that's all I was supposed to do. I need to find another FAQ, though. This one is very long-winded. Yeah, apparently that was it. Just kill all the enemies in the town. Basically receive the bounty and then we're done there. So I need to figure out what I need to do here. What directions, I suppose? To your left is the library, and beyond that is the jail. Right down the stairs, upstairs is a museum. They wanted us to go to the museum. Let's go to the museum. Well, I see you're admiring our star attraction. Looks kinda strange. Yes, very scarce, that Neo-Paleo Ostolipocampus. Neo-Paleo Ostolipocampus. Used to roam these parts millions of years ago. Imagine running into something as frightening as that nowadays. You been outside of Jinx recently? Downright pretty compared with some of the things roaming our coast right now. Don't tease, Dr. Heand. Any traveler can confirm this. Like I should trust the word of an automaton, who were probably programmed to say that. Additionally, I note some curious, if not impossible, anatomical issues in your reconstruction. Pshaw, to the untrained eye, maybe. You have mixed the skeletons of several unrelated animals with the skull of a human being. Nuts to you. Leave science to scientists. This is a travesty. I will destroy it. For decades, I have awaited a savior. Alert! I detect a spectral entity. Huh? A spectral entity, Windleaf? I have no idea. Philistines, a robotic chum thinks he sees a ghost. Help me, please. You cannot hear anything. Nothing but you, Haybrains. I may be experiencing a malfunction. Wait, do not leave me. What? Who are you? Oh, give me a break. You're hearing spooks now too, Windleaf. That fiend there, he has put my head here on this pile of animal bones. No one has been able to hear me. I hate this place, these people. I curse this village with every ounce of my strength. What can we do to make amends? Take my skull. Return it to my grave. This will make things right. I see. It will be done. We will place your skull to rest. Yes. Kierg's name are you two babbling about? Keep your hands off that skull. No, I will not abide such desecration. Hands off my prize, you synthetic sharecropper. Boy, I speak to you, man to man, warrior to warrior. You guys weren't insane, I hear it now too. You're a man of honor, are you not? Yeah, you bet. And you will see to it that my remains are properly buried, yes? Yes. Take my remains to the graveyard in Carlon. Place the skull on my grave. All will be well then. I swear it has a warrior born. How will we know the proper grave? Know where to put it when you get there, trust me. What have you mongrels done? Give that back to me this instant. Take one step forward and I'll beat you senseless. What? Because of your arrogance that this town has been cursed. Go back to your books and magnifying glasses and leave well enough alone. I'll never forget this. I'll see you in jail. If you ever do such a thing again, I'll make sure your bones are among those on display. R5, I'm shocked. I love it. We will leave now. Heed my words, grave robber. Barbarians, one and all. Yep, so we gotta go all the way back to Carlon. So 2 single target and a party heat. Pretty simple as far as the battle system. So do I have to go all the way back to Carlon, put his head on the thing? I do. I was hoping maybe just taking the guy's head would be enough to stop the curse, but we actually have to go all the way back. Yep. Games back in this generation. Gotta love all the backtracking. I guess at least the world map's not huge. Travel it pretty quickly. Alright, so where was the graveyard? Not sure I remember seeing one. Not a very big one. Imagine having a giant city and so few people die that's the size of the graveyard that you need. Thank you for returning my bones. No sweat, glad to help. In turn, I will rid the curse, disrupt the disturbing jinx, and I have gifts for you. I wish they will be of service to your quest. Nothing labeled on the outside. I have to go inside to see what everything is. There we go. There's the inn. I did pick up that cat in the cat town, so I guess we can go give it to the cat man and see if that does anything. I think that was close by to here. You have a little friend with you, a little kitty. Must be kind of tough taking care of him in the midst of battles and the like. Well, now that you mention it, I have an idea. Why don't you let me take care of it for you? Splendid, I'm sure he'll fit in nicely here. You have the heart of a tabby and the soul of a Manx. Yes, well, thank you. Since you've just saved 9 lives, allow me to reciprocate. That won't be necessary. I insist. Take these 9 death cheats with my compliment. Thanks. See you later. I mean, they can't really do melee attacks unless they move. Like, you have to move forward first. It's kind of awkward, though. Like, they all have consumable objects. Like, obviously, Windleaf, like, she just uses her bow kind of from default. So you have different arrows for her. But the other 2 characters also have consumable items that they throw when they're far away. That I don't really ever use, because they just kind of go into melee. Or the enemies will close in on you and go into melee. And I haven't really seen how to... I haven't experimented with how to move away and see if I can throw them. Yeah, I guess they can just throw them at faraway enemies regardless. Well done. You are recognized as champions of justice. The test has ended. Enter. Thanks. Let's go. Place is huge. Quite as a tomb, though. You're tardy, and even less impressive than I imagined. Thanks, Bub. You're quite the stud, though. Stingers. Late for what, sir? Call me Fessin, for that is my name. The masters were expecting you some time ago. I fear they've all gone to their chambers for meditation. Can you wake them up? It's awfully important, Fessin. We bear a message from the Council of Carillon. Of course you do, but I will not wake them. You will. You see, if I were to awaken them, I'd be reduced to a zot and forced to harden on a table somewhere. You gonna explain that at all? You wouldn't understand. At any rate, you need to commune directly with the four masters. 4? There are only 4 left? I thought this was a school. Where are all the teachers? What could 4 people do? All in good time, lad. Suffice it to say that magic went out of vogue decades ago. About the time the gadgeteers started peddling their cheap electronic toys and devices, people found a new religion, I suppose. That is your opinion. Like voices, we all have one. At any rate, you must meet the masters yourself, one at a time. It is our way. This institution has been opened for your inspection. You may explore as you see fit. I am also commanded to welcome you. Hey, wasn't that heartfelt? Positively glowing. Irony, quite refreshing. At any rate, I shall be nearby should you need anything. Be seeing you. It's about that time. So I'm going to go ahead and go on break. I'll be back in 5 and we will go meet with the 4 masters. Oh, right. Wrong one. There we go. Keep going back to the 16:9 out of habit, but this is an old 4:3 game. Salutations. We must stop meeting like this, no? Yes. These will be your quarters. Please rest for a while. Thank you for your kindness. The journey has tired you, and you will need your energy for later. Be seeing you. No, I'm already sick of that guy. He's quite agile and quick for a human of considerable age. A lifetime among the Magi surely comes with benefits. I don't think creepiness is a benefit. Not one that I'd want, anyway. Okay. Kier's blood, what an awful nap. I thought I wasn't gonna wake up. You had a dream, didn't you? Yeah, why? I had one too. Something evil dressed in armor, hovering over a body. That's it, that's my dream. If two or more people experience a single dream, it is not a dream. It was a vision, a warning. The thing looked at me as if I were going to be its next meal, conquest, or something. This does not bode well. Perhaps we should tell the Magi. First, we have to find them. So I accidentally tell it not to overwrite and it just completely kicks me out. Okay. I guess I wouldn't say anything about this game so far as user-friendly. Welcome. I would look into each of your eyes. Beg pardon? I need to gaze into your eyes. Hold still. Yeah, that wasn't so bad, was it? This is our way. Sir, we've come from Carolon with a message. Yes, we will discuss it when we meet later. Alva's right, Windleaf. You are of the greater body. You are quite unique. Kier's bones, she's a little young for you, don't you think? Stinger. No, it's not what you think. All will be explained. Please continue on, deeper into the facility. Be seeing you. What is it now, Fessin? Sorry, sir, but it's not Fessin. My name is Windleaf. I'm here with my friends, Har5 and Stinger. Oh, gracious. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Lost most of my vision a couple centuries ago. Still, my spirit serves me pretty well. Right now, I'd say I've struck the jackpot. Oh man, not again. What's with you mangy old farts anyway? Haven't you ever seen a girl before? It's just not one with this much potential. Oh, I'd say around 352 years since I was in the presence of someone of her caliber. What a fine day this is for us. What do you mean, her caliber? There's much we can teach her. Become an ally of untold power. She will have to remain here for some time. But listen to me, I'm gabbing away like a schoolboy. You'll need to keep running along until you find the others. All will be revealed in time. Seeing you. Amazing. Even the Gadgeteers would find this place interesting. Gives me the creeps. Why would anyone hang bones from their ceiling? That is an ancient specimen removed from the bowels of Arcos. It is part of your legacy, Stinger. Part of who you are. Where your people came from. Tell me that's my grandpappy? In a manner of speaking. Alright, now I've heard everything. I didn't spawn from a bucket like you did. The unused room. Note anything interesting about this room? Makes me feel a little nauseous. The air, maybe. Not the air. The former inhabitant. This was Hokum's room. Yeah, that name's supposed to mean something to us? It will, in time. But the room does not affect you two. A room's a room. Negative. Just as I thought. Not of the greater body. Most of Hokum's belongings have been carted away and destroyed. Careful what you touch. He's seeing you. I hate it when he does that. Check out this chalkboard. Find fillings of Luna, oil of tartar, ashes of Luna, oil of sulfur, coagulation of mercury, oil of mercury, alum of pluma, and various elemental cements delivered to GM Helios at 2600. What went on here? Library. Compendium of World History compiled by Miriam Cobster for the archive. Ah yes, Fesson mentioned we had guests. Have you enjoyed your stay so far? A little lonely in here. Where's everyone gone? That's a long story. I've had the gates shut for well nigh 100 years now. A few students have come from time to time, but public interest in spiritual matters has dwindled steadily for quite a long time. Are you talking about magic or religion? Same difference, lad. And of course, there was the problem with Hokum. Most unfortunate. We have seen his chamber. It has been sterilized, and yet Windleaf felt something odd. Not surprising. Damon Hokum was one of our great failures. His spirit was a dark, oily stain by the time he left us. Probably detected a residue of his aura when so great was his power and evil. Well, he got a good name for an evil goon. I mean, who'd name a kid Damon anyway? Sounds like an undertaker. Ah, right. At any rate, do you want to hear the tale of Hokum or continue on your way? Fuck it, let's hear it. Hokum was once our finest student. He was to be my replacement. It's like a son to me. I'll out on a walkabout, which we encourage all of our students to do before they end their training. Huh? Hokum made a discovery which changed everything. He was on the continent of Siltheria when he found an ancient text, a book now known as the Dog Kahir. Hokum brought the book back here and began the work of translating it. Found a small stone tablet that showed some of the dark script next to an ancient but well-known Arcosian script. Regrettably, he was able to make a translation chart. In a short time, he was able to read the book. Till then, Hokum was a quiet student, soft-spoken and respectful. The book changed that, for worse. Reading a book made him a jerk? Indeed. He became a loudmouth braggart, insolent and lewd. Before long, he revealed what he had done. Proudly, I might add. When I learned of his deeds, I confronted him, instructed him to hand over the book. He agreed and left to fetch it. I never saw him afterward. What could be so dangerous about a book? You are a mage, so was Hokum. Why would information be a threat? Good questions. Legend has it that the book's primary function was to summon a kind of magical energy. Energy far more powerful than any kind we know here on Arcos. Oakham desired power. Turns out the book itself had a desire. Book with a desire? What kind of tea are you drinking, old man? Bear with me. See, the book functioned as a dimensional access way. A kind of sewer, if you will. In the same way that any book can open up new possibilities for a reader, this book opened up a host of new potentialities. Break that down into plain language? My apologies. The book was, in reality, an enchanted gate, a connecting point between two realities. So, in reading the tome, Oakham opened up a doorway to another place. Precisely. Another place and a powerful presence. Ultimately, the book was bait in a trap set by a foe long thought dead, an ancient power known as the Dark. Spirits charged with negative mana flowed freely into Arcos, dark heralds of the Black Surge that crushed most of Arcos long ago. Oh my, Kieg preserve our souls. So this book was a trap. This Oakham guy sprung it like an idiot. What happened next? Oakham fled back to Siltheria. Lost track of him there, or rather what he had become. With the aid of dark powers, he was able to conceal his exact whereabouts from us. However, we believe he made it to Wildurn. Wildurn? What's that? Smack dab under your feet. Oakham turned himself into flooring. Of course not. Bloody robot. Oakham made it to the bubble world that exists within Arcos. Bubble world? Within Arcos? Yes, there's another culture down there, other races. For reasons lost in time, it was sealed off. No one's been there for ages. Makes teeth, and this Oakham guy's down there? Place can't be very bright and shiny. That young man is an understatement. Are you alright, Helios? I'm fine, thanks for your concern. Now, where was I? Oh yes. With the dog as both ally and power source, Oakham is possibly the most dangerous being on the planet. Now it would seem, or it is on a mission. This is unbelievable. Sounds like some kind of legend or something. I wish it were. There's much more to share, but I find I quickly grew fatigued these days. You continue on your way down to the Etherwell. You've talked to everyone, we'll assemble there. Yeah, sure, whatever. Be it that is your way, be seeing you. So sounds like final boss material, and he was one of them who turned evil because of a Necronomicon-like book. Excuse us, Fesson told us to speak with you. Yes, and you obeyed. Smart move on your part. I find disobedience very annoying. Brings out the worst in me. Makes me want to turn people into frogs. Frogs? Yep, and believe me, honey, you'd look lousy as a frog. Okay, so... Yes, spit it out, Blondie. Now what? Well, that depends. I can give you a high five and you can all leave. Or we can work on a solution to your problem. Kind of like the solution option here. I thought you might. And you, dear. You must be Windleaf. Yes, ma'am. I haven't been called ma'am in centuries. You may call me Casselia. Because that is your name. Quite so. Hey, you have something of metaboline about you, robot. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. I have never been to Metaboline. Perhaps some of my materials are from there. Highly unlikely. The place disappeared long ago. Most curious. At any rate, Windleaf, I'm glad to see you, dear. There's only been one of us here for decades. One of us? Women, of course. You find it interesting here. There is much for you to learn. But I won't be staying. We came to deliver a message. No, dear, we made sure you were sent to us. We summoned you here for a reason. All of you. I let Helios tell you what that reason is. He is the Grand Mage, after all. Head to the Aetherwell once you've spoken to us all. We will, ma'am. Casselia. Good for you, dear. Be seeing you.
I believe that's all 4 of them. We are gathered. The decision has been made. It is our way.
It is our way.
They are among us.
Alright, who's sus?
Their burden is great.
They are among us.
They will help us, and we them. That is our way.
That is our way. The open vessel is here. Her friends are at her side. We must guide them all, for that is our duty.
Listen well, young visitors. I speak for the greater body, for all that have come, for all that follow.
For all. Hello? Anybody home? Kierg knows we've been patient about all this, but we need answers now. What is all this gobbledygook about?
Ah, Kierg, fine chap. But alas, his is another story. Here then, all the answers you seek. With them a path for each of you to travel.
You wish to know who killed your families?
The culprit, ultimately, Damon Hokum, whatever he has become. He has fled to Wildern, something he has found quick transit between the worlds.
Wildern is a dark place, just right for the power that seeds in him like a nest of snakes.
I believe there might be a way to stop Hokum. Involves a rare book, the Natragor Codex.
The tome is in possession of a colleague, Gamathel. He dwells in a tower on the continent of Sotheria.
Gamathel is eccentric. He dislikes travel and will not leave his tower. However, he will allow us to use the Codex, this we know. The tome contains knowledge of the spell that will sever Hokum's connection to infernal power.
It also contains remedies for the wave of chaos sickness we have perceived spreading out over the land. I've been wondering about that. Everywhere we go, we find madmen. It's getting pretty bad.
Indeed, it's hard to tune out the thoughts of the mad. As their numbers grow, so does our burden, pain. As you can see, time is of the essence.
Sound like R5 there. Dinger, show some respect. Sorry, sir.
As I was saying, you go to Gamathel's tower. You bring us the Natragar Codex.
Of course. I will postpone my journey to Air to accompany these two. I will help my friends. Hold on, what about Caroline? You guys gonna help them out?
But of course, we can't really begin without the Codex, however.
Yeah, okay. Got a point there.
Sure, I'm in. Do we leave? So be it. Stinger and Half 5, please return to your quarters upstairs.
Windleaf, could you spare us a moment or two? Okay. Be up in a moment, guys.
You sure?
Yes, go. I'll be right there.
Dear, afraid you cannot accompany your friends.
What are you talking about? Those two can more than adequately accomplish that task, but they cannot help you with yours. Which is?
Your task is to, shall we say, jumpstart your abilities. You must be infused. You are ready. It is your time.
I don't like this. Please get away from me.
I know the feeling. I had the same reaction myself. But you won't regret it. None of us have.
You stay away from me. All the time you were just pretending. You aren't here to help us. You're evil. No, dear. We're actually very good, but we need your help now. You know we're not here to hurt you. Search within yourself.
The Aetherwell has been prepared. You will become one of us. Glorious fate, I assure you. Now, Fessin, now! I hated to do that. Times being what they are, didn't have much choice. She'll be fine. At least she'll understand. Probably does already. Listen, tell the others to get on their way.
Tell them that Windleaf has decided to stay until her return.
Tell them she is in training to boost her powers. Tell them whatever you need to, but get them on their way. As you command, Magi, it is our way. So, gentlemen, Windleaf will not accompany you on your journey. The studies must begin immediately. This is unfortunate. We are not accustomed to being understaffed. Still say something's not right. Why didn't she come tell us herself? That is irregular. Windleaf enjoys talking. Yeah, I mean, she would have wanted to come and tell us everything on her mind. It was a tough decision for her, but she is a serious young woman. Realizes that there is no time to waste. I'm sure you understand. However, still think something smells. We are Narcosis' most hallowed institution of higher learning. Must trust our hosts and focus on our task. Speaking of which, how in Kirg's green teeth are we going to make it to Siltheria? All the ships were destroyed when Port Locane was hit. I do not know. We must make it for the northeast coast. There must be boats there. We'll find a way. Hope you're right. Anyway, this place gives me the creeps. I'll just be happy to get there away from Fessin. Affirmative. So is that one? Where am I supposed to go? Okay. Now, this is just great. Now we're locked in here. This is troubling. Perhaps we should... Actually, you won't be leaving that way. We had to lock that door. Too many beasties outside. Go to the bottom level, near where the meeting at the Aetherwell took place. A new door has been unlocked. There you will find the exit leading to the Chuno, or tunnel passage to Siltheria. The hell didn't you tell us this before? Must have slipped my mind. Wait until you're 344 years old. Has anything else important slipped from your head? No, not that I can remember. Feel free to use the new exit and entrance as you see fit. He's seeing you. Come on, R5. Any motion is better than no motion at all. Let's give this channel a whirl. Josie has knocked down one of my lights for my green screen. It's a very bad habit of liking to sleep in front of the green screen and like basically in between the green screen and the light and on top of the power cord for it. Meaning that if he twists or turns or something while he's sleeping, he a lot of times knocks it over. The hell's a chunnel anyway, R5? It is a transcontinental tunnel network, design of Great Mage Herkimer. I hate it when you do that. As I was saying, the chunnel connects Calestra to Siltheria. You may use it for your journey. The structure is safe. That's what they tell me. Though you should watch out for collapsing corridors, rolling spherical boulders that might crush you, kind of thing. Hey, Nickel, come see the funny man. Trying to lighten your spirits? Stinger, it is time to regress. Let's just get out of here, R5. We'll deal with this clown later. He's seeing you, I'm sure. Oh, brother. At least the Magi saw fit to give us magic items. I hope these fire charms do the stuff. To use, press X and circle buttons in rapid succession once you've chosen your attack method. These docks aren't in bad shape. Hope they get used again. Alright, you dog sons, I won't go down without a fight. Hold on, we're not here to fight. That's so? All the other freaks who come in here have. Freaks of a different breed, okay? This is Rich, a punk with an attitude, and his sidekick, a gadgeteer spy. I am not equipped with any spy gear. I mean you no harm. See to it that you don't make any sudden moves. Can't be too careful these days. It's the madness, that is. How long has the town been like this? A couple weeks now, ever since Hornhead attacked. Hornhead? Yep, big fella, big old horns coming out of his noggin. Shot fire out of his hands, too. Darndest thing. Got a good look then. Oh yeah, took him a good half hour to blow the tar out of the town. Yet it only took seconds for our homes to fall. Maybe he's getting weaker. Or perhaps he's taking his own good time. Yeah, that could be too. Either way, we should tell the Magi. Magi, fat lot of good they did us. What do you mean? Them bastards hid in their hole while that thing blew us to hell. Don't be so quick to judge. They're doing their best to help. Best ain't good enough. Easy for you to say hold up in this shop. Yeah, well, touche. Any good shadows lately? You're a million laughs. What a relief. It's checking to see if you were polluted like the others. For some reason, we have not yet been affected. It's just the word yet. Well, that makes us a unique little group, huh? We should get out of here. Carolon seems a lot safer than this place. Hey, old Goobrath is my life. Everyone and everything I know is here. Sticking it out to the bitter end. How about a room for the night? I didn't even see what I picked up. Hello? Something is amiss. That or this miss is a something. I cracked. Take a deep breath. Lady, stop screaming. Can't stop, can't. Well, most peculiar. She hates my voice. Who hates her voice? Another reference to shadows. Shadow, yes. Shadow hates voice. Shadow hates all. Hates you. We better beat feet. This could get ugly. So it sounds like the title of the game, the Shadow Madness, is... It kind of sounds like that's the name of the actual sickness that everybody is getting. Looks like an old church. Too bad it's all busted up. The souls of the departed elders are enshrined here. Don't see too many of these anymore. It has been desecrated. Enemy seeks to demoralize. Hit where it hurts the most.
that the tower they were talking about? Or is this just something else? Old Goobreth Beacon. Place looks pretty deserted. Check see if anyone's here. Ew, something smells foul. Now, it said about the fire charm before we left the Magi, it said to tap basically X and circle fast, activate it, but don't really see it doing anything. Yeah, I'm like mashing the fuck out of the two buttons, but it's not. I mean, I don't see anything different about the attack. Caution, headhunters, tinkerers, and unhappy trails ahead. Fire danger low, meandering quotient high. This like a Forest of Illusion thing where I'm gonna have to go down a very specific path or else I get kicked out. Yeah, I still don't see anything at all different about the attack from mashing those buttons. Okay, what happened to the music? Alright, Stumphead, I think we're officially lost. Making inaccurate statements is a poor way to cope with their frustration. So what's inaccurate? I don't have a stump for a head. Prove it. It is you who has been guiding us. You have chosen incorrectly. Oh no, you don't. You're supposed to be the big brain here. I am without a doubt the only sign of intelligent life in this lonely forest. Hey, we're saved. Greetings, brave travelers. How yourself? Boy, are we glad to see you. Fortune smiles upon me today. And on us. We're lost and we're hoping you can lead us out of this forest. In life, we are all lost. Only the few find clarity. Am I right, my brothers? Hey now, where did everyone come from? Rejoice, soon you will find purpose, radiant love, relief. We already have a purpose. We must be on our way. Yeah, we've got all the love we need, thanks. Just get ready to run, R5. Seize them! Get mitts off me! Let go, I'm warning you! Look out! Find them! Let me go, you son of a... Pile up on the wooden one. Well done, my brothers. Take them away. Bask in the glory of the Godhead. Nabagada. It's slightly changed, but it's Inagata Davida. Inabagata Gavita.
Through these offerings we serve him, closer to the one head. What is that noise? The wooden one stirs, or buzzes, or something. Cease and desist. In the name of the One Head, curse this foul wooden demon. We are undone. You there, where am I? What are you doing to me? The Godhead speaks. Sky and stars, stop this madness. Creature, can you understand me? What in the... Golem as well? It is the strangest dream. You are not dreaming. Wake up, Stinger. Huh? We must escape. The hell is that? Attached head? They must have really socked it to me. You think someone did a number on you? This is no time to measure your respective testosterone levels and war wounds. We must flee. What is this? The One Head. It commutes with our sacrifices. We are deceived. Foul trick is played on us. Kill them. Kill the false god. Kill them all. I say, lads, dream or no, those sound like fighting words. Ed's got a point. Let's let these nuts have it. As you wish.
Do we have a floating head in the party now? Still don't understand what just happened.
Welcome to the club. All the nerve worshipping me as a god.
Who or what are you anyway?
Name is...
Zero.
Zero. And I am at your service.
It's quite a name.
Indeed. A name fitting the first mage warrior of House Von Moon.
Mage warrior?
Aye. Whom am I speaking?
Stinger, this here's Harv 5.
Stinger, Harv 5. I greet you and give thanks for your assistance.
A pleasure. Almost gave up our ghost for you back there.
Quite right. By the by, what was the matter with that lot? They seem to be suffering from a queer madness. The plague upon the land.
Something like that.
We should get moving. They won't remain stunned for long. Jolly good idea, old man. Time for chit-chat later.
Who's confusion? Glorious Mage Queen blasts all before with her storm of lightning bolts. Okay, that's the one that I should have been using in that fight. Yeah, I wonder if they actually work. Probably. But hey, we've got a third party member and a floating head now. Prisoners have escaped. Stop them. There they are. Thought you can just walk away and escape. No, we're going to fight our way out. Yeah, that definitely feels like another one of the Final Fantasy VII inspirations. They seem to have, pretty early on, they seem to have summon spells.
Oh, this place is gorgeous. I can hear things, creatures, animals stirring within. Tower belongs to a mage, does it not? Yeah? Architecture seems familiar. Reminds me of King Phanoma's spire. Oh, King Phanoma built him good, huh? Indeed. What a lovely wife he had. Ah, the queen. Gentlemen, we have a job to do. Yeah, Harfive. Fancy house to run through. This house may contain valuable data. Hold your hat on. So, Zero, tell me more about this queen. Oh, she was a fine one. Let's talk of this later. I think our friend Harfive is correct. On we go, then. Last, I tire of waiting. Hey, Zero, a word of advice. Don't let Harfive think he knows what he's doing. He'll just go to that wooden head of his. I shall keep that in mind. What is it now? More whispered secrets regarding the Queen? What's it to you, hey brain? What would you know about women anyway? 1,000 apologies, R5. We were discussing tactics, nothing more. I see. Sound judgment. Thoughtless of us to exclude you. Let's see what's in there, together. Like a plan. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, Helios continues to educate his newest students. That's why we had to, well, encourage you to enter the Aetherwell. We had no choice.
I would have gone voluntarily if you had just told me what was at stake.
I know that now, but, well, even mages sometimes act hastily. We apologize.
No need, but I want to learn more. You owe me that.
Agreed. Where to start? Let's see. My dear, the entity in question is most perplexing. Not at all easily described or understood. It all started with Krob the Foolish, who was once Krob the Grand, mage in the service of Queen Tulia I. I believe that was in, year 2BF, or the fall, of course. Krob promised the Queen an endless supply of magical power, labored to tap into the forbidden black art of chaos transmutations. He told her he was creating a new source of positive energy.
Sounds like a great guy.
Right. At any rate, late in the year 1 BF, Krob's monkeying had an unexpected side effect. He managed to pry open a window in time and space. Voila.
In rushed the bad guys.
Right. And it wasn't just bad guys, it was the dog. The dog could best be characterized as an idea which is passed from person to person, very much like an illness. Only this particular idea has succeeded in spreading itself endlessly across the cosmos.
It's unimaginable.
Oh, it gets worse. This particular idea, shared across thousands or millions of individuals, actually manifests itself into physical form to cement its domination. Are you still with me?
Barely. I don't like what I'm hearing.
I would expect not. Now, the physical manifestation of the dog spreads terror, and in so doing entrenches itself deeper in the hearts and minds of its victims.
Great Kyog's spirit.
The dog changed the flow of history on our coasts. No one really knows what happened during the years of chaos. That is the darkest period in history, and one that offers no point of entry to modern scholars. All we know is that by around 29 AF, after the fall, there weren't many people left alive. Most of our coast lay in ruins, only western Calestra was relatively intact. Much of Siltheria was reduced to a vast desert. Many now legendary cities, such as Metaboline, simply disappeared without a trace.
I just want to go to sleep. I feel numb.
I know, child. This is what you cannot do. You must become stronger. You have much riding on you, as do your friends.
It seems pointless.
No, dear. It's all going exceedingly well. But Fessin is waiting for you now in the library. Go, study what he gives you. Learn, learn, learn.
Much for all to learn, and some vital knowledge is close at hand.
King's honor, I've not seen such wounds in a long time. What happened to him? An old form of execution. Through mystic means, the victim is turned inside out. So it seems. It was reserved for the worst of criminals. Eventually, it was outlawed. Gruesome. A way to check out. No one deserves that. This is the work of a stalker. Stalker? Our nickname for a foul breed of creature created by the dog as enforcers of its will. If I'm not mistaken, that corpse over there was a stalker. The return of darglings such as this cannot bode well. You must be cautious. I'll drink to that. Rest well, honored mage, your death shall not be in vain. Well, whatever do we have here? Ill-mannered whelp. Skull too stupid to die. I say, this fellow's got nerve. A barnyard curiosity. Who are you? State your business. Who am I? Don't you know? Should we, you spike-headed freak? Now. Soon you'll be screaming my name, begging for release. Wait a minute, I know you. Can't remember your name. Oh, this is delicious. My oldest foe, an amnesiac. Enough with the chest-thumping chump. Come on, guys, let's kick this goons. Stay your distance, cur. Have a message for your masters, the Magi. Speak your peace, enemy. Tell those impotent swine that I will come for them soon. I'm sure that's gonna make them tremble. I will bring death, as I have here, as I have at so many places. What other places? There was this stinking pit of a port town. What was it? Oh yes, Port Locane. Ring a bell? You did that, you bastard? Get him! Kill him! Oh, goodness me. A squealing, pimpled teen with a sword. I suppose I should flee. Till we meet again. Oh, and do close the door on the way out. It's a bit drafty in here. Damn it, what's wrong with you guys? We let him get away. Singer, if he is the one who raised our homes. If that was the guy, he just said so. What could we have done going up against a being who can destroy a town? Against a being who can destroy a mage. And being has ruined my life. Be at ease, Blade Son. Our day of retribution will come. Better be right. Last, the enemy has a face. And a name. Mannheim. Name is Mannheim. That should just fit on a tombstone. Well said. Let's find this book and get out of here. Why are you still blinking? I already picked up the book. You should have stopped blinking. This. Emanation of Phlogiston. Emanation of Wodor.
Why does my attack not change if this one is 5 higher? What happened to the mage armor? definitely seems like maybe the higher level you are versus the enemies, the more time you have to try to skip the battle. Whereas if the enemies are like higher level than you or more, it seems like you have to hit the buttons at the exact time the war comes in. Damn it. Why is everything missing? Can't tell me these big-ass things are like small, agile enemies that are hard to hit. So, we're back, are we? Would you stop doing that? Yeah, we're back. You brought a head with you. You'll have to sleep outside.
Who is this Harlequin? He can't be one of the Magi.
I serve the Magi. You may call me Fessin, for that is my name. This is Zero Von Moon, Mage Warrior Extraordinaire. Mage Warrior, eh? If you're so extraordinaire, then what happened to most of you? A pleasure to meet you, sir. Someday I'd enjoy sitting down and telling you all about it, but for now I should just like to chat with the Magi. Yeah, we need to tell them that their guy in Soltheria is deader than a box of rocks. But fortunately, we got the book. Bad news with good news. I think perhaps you should tell them yourself. Oh, and by the way, that is hardly a book. It has pages of printed text sandwiches between two covers. It is a book. For some odd reason, Robot, I think you just sparked my appetite. At any rate, why should I engage in a duel of wits with an unarmed opponent? All will be revealed to you in good time. I'll rouse the Magi. Meet them in the meeting chamber upstairs when you are able. You might wish to freshen up in the guest quarters first, and you, Stinger, you might wish to change your socks. Gig's yellow toenails, I hate that guy. Let's hope the Magi are more reasonable. We must endure his sarcasm. His masters might be the only ones who understand what is happening. I know. Come on, guys, let's go upstairs. You know the way. Lead on.
We are relieved to see you. Welcome back.
Thanks. We've returned with an ally as well as the book. Please, take the Natragor Codex. And now, Helios and Cassilia meet Zero Von Moon, former Mage Warrior.
Von Moon? Now there's a name I haven't heard in quite a while. Can't be. You're not Hellraiser Helios, the original bad boy of the Academy. I haven't raised much hell in many moons, but that was once my nickname, yes. This is delightful. I'm so glad your powers have preserved you. Etherwell keeps us fit, but not forever.
Hey Alt, how you doing? There's been death. He hasn't actually said it that many times this stream, though. Greetings, Zero Von Moon. We could use the skills of a Mage Warrior. Thank you very much for the raid. What are you playing today? Hero-ish. What is hero-ish? Mild, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, everybody else that came with Alt. I am Evil Blanketfish. I am a mostly JRPG, sometimes action game and Metroidvania streamer. And I apparently am playing this down the chain that Alt created, as he requested that Kazanone play this, and then Kaz requested that I play it. So I assume at some point I'm going to need to find another JRPG streamer who takes requests and get them to play it just to continue the chain. Single player MOBA. So it's an OBA. Because I'm pretty sure the M in MOBA stands for multiplayer. So it would just be an OBA. It's like... I think it's like multiplayer something battle arena. What MOBA I think stands for. Yeah, we're basically going to be passing this game around like it's a chain letter. I don't think it's massive, because massive is for MMOs. Like, massive is when you have, like, you know, yeah, just MMOs, where you just have, like, a metric shit ton of people, whereas MOBAs are usually, you know, 5v5 or something. I think you do have the O right. I think it is online battle arena. I think it is a multiplayer online battle arena. Which, I don't know, do you have to be online to play Heroish? Because if you have to be online, then it's an OBA. But if you don't have to be online, then it's just a BA. Either way, it sounds interesting. Yes, a SBA. SBA. SBA.
Yes, and to that end, I must ask you, Zero, what are your allegiances, your priorities? I think it's obvious. My king is dead. Fort has crumbled to dust. The Dog are back. They must be vanquished. That is my duty. I am relieved. We will get a chance to chat later, but for now, I fear we must cut to the chase.
One of our own, a mage named Hokum, has been corrupted by the Dog. He found a codex which summoned the ancient knowledge and invited the Scourge.
The mage brought it back. This is troubling. Much time has passed since the first visitation. Our attempts with the Gadgeteers to get technology to displace the memory of the ancient Scourge had nearly succeeded.
We had begun to obliterate all traces of that cursed beast, to knock it out of the public domain, as it were. But Hokum's mischief dredged up worry, concern. Okay, so I might actually look into that. That could be something I might play on my my Monday morning streams, where I do shorter stuff. Because that's always been my concern with like MOBAs and MMOs and stuff like that, is mostly the fact that they don't end. But if it has an actual beginning, middle, and end, where you can actually be done with it and set it aside, I might actually look into that.
They renewed and revitalized the myths and legend. Now they are coming true again.
By the way, where's Windleaf, the other Magi? Alva and Brendan are deep in arcane research.
While Windleaf, she's on her way now. She was studying.
Studying what?
How to focus her energy and her mind.
How to turn something into nothing and back again. Windleaf, you okay? Of course I'm okay. What did you expect? To hear that these guys shoved me into a pit or something?
Of course not. we were just worried about you.
Now stop worrying and introduce your friend.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zero Von Boom, at your service, Windleaf.
Nice to meet you. We kind of bumped into Zero up in Silveria. He had sort of a fan club up there, but we managed to persuade him to join us.
Right. Now that we're all here, I think we have a plan of action. I believe we can put a stop to this dog madness.
At least we think so.
What about these Gadgeteer fellows? Can they just wallop the tar out of the dog?
Unfortunately, it isn't that easy. They're infected with the malaise just as we are. I'll tell you about it later. Who knows? They may even have brought it here by mistake.
But now to the matter at hand. There are 2 critical tasks we need to accomplish immediately. First, in order to cast the spell of banishment, we need the Orb of the Heavens. You don't mean the... Indeed. The mythical object said to lie in the depths of the ancient Ziggurat. It does indeed exist. The Ziggurat? I know that place. When do we depart? You'll get your chance. Just hear me out, please. As the Ziggurat lies across the sea and all ships have apparently been destroyed, we will need to elicit the aid of the Wind Travelers.
The people of Ben Brokul can arrange a meeting. It should be a snap.
As long as it isn't our necks that do the snapping.
This is the second task?
Yes, the second has to do with Wildern.
The Middle World.
Yes, unfortunately the only way we know of leads to Wildern.
It's through the Great Vortex at the bottom of Lok Domain. Our allies, the Gadgeteers, have an agreement with the City Council in Carillon. The City of Air is now in the service of the Council members. Air can be summoned with the mechanism located in the bell tower next to the Council building.
Gadgeteers have suggested they know a method of allowing travel through the Great Vortex.
We must trust them on this point. Since we can't break through whatever is screening our thoughts in Wildern, we need you to look around and report on what you see there.
If I may speak, Helios. Of course. I would like to be part of the team going to the Ziggurat. I know those lands, at least I used to, and I can probably provide some guidance. Stinger may come with me to help me with some things I cannot do, such as manipulating levers, scratching my nose, and such. Actually, Zero, I think I'd be most effective opening up the way to Wildern. R5, Windleaf, and I have recently come from Carillon. We know the members of the Council, and they owe us a favor.
R5 could come too.
Then who will assist me?
One moment, please. I did not care for Carillon. There were too many people. There was too much noise. I would rather go with Zero to seek out the legendary fortress under the desert.
Now we're talking. And it's settled. Zero and R5 will make for Ben Brokul and seek out the Wind Travelers. And Windleaf and Stinger will arrange for Air to visit Carillon, and for the Gadgeteers to supply a means of transportation to Wildern.
May we all find the strength we need to achieve our goals.
We'll focus our minds and our hearts, for that is our way.
Okay, so splitting up the team.
Meanwhile, in a dark, foreboding place deep within Arcos.
Kinda looks like if you grabbed Piccolo and like stretched his head.
Stand, loyal one. Let me hear your report. As you predicted, the Magi have started to move. They have acquired agents.
Agents, Why, that almost makes the Magi sound resourceful. One would think they'd have learned after so many failures.
Yes, well, we can't take them lightly. The Mage Warrior is back in action, this in spite of having misplaced his body.
On Moon. So the cultists have lost their little god. What a shame.
They also have a new Magi. She is called Windleaf. She's young, but she might become a problem.
Most curious. It's been a while since the old one signed up a new student.
A mage with training wheels. Why worry?
What a delightful image, but unfortunately inaccurate. This new mage could destabilize things, rake up some muck.
Master, overthinking things, no? You know, I don't lobotomize you for many reasons. Second-guessing me isn't one of them. Unless you fancy life as a mental midget, you'd be wise never to question my judgment again.
Yes, my lord.
I tire of your company. Alert all of our toadies in the field. See to it that welcoming parties are in place to greet these agents.
It shall be done, O wise one.
Report when you have more information.
I live to serve.
Dismissed.
They kind of have a very over-exaggerated walk cycle on them. Yeah, I feel like there were quite a few things, like, not directly copying, but it definitely feels like they were kind of riding the FF7 wave a little bit. Like, this one, like, we pointed out earlier, this one also kind of, they kind of went hard with summon animations on some of the spells also. Although luckily, they actually had the foresight to make the cutscenes for the summons skippable, which is nice.
So, Helios, what game are you playing? Do your best, old man. You might once have been my teacher, but I've outgrown you. In ways you wouldn't understand.
Use a party splitting screen to adjust your party's inventory as you see fit. To be successful, you must make sure you have enough items, weapons, and armor to get you through rough times ahead. Look for party switch points at inns. You can use them to go from one party to the other as you play. Good luck. I mean, at the time, they were impressive. Obviously, they didn't age well, which, I mean, that happens. I mean, if you want your game to age well, you definitely don't try to go for cutting-edge realism. Because no matter how close you think you get to realistic-looking graphics, in a generation or two, they're gonna look pretty shitty. Yeah, but it was, you know, it was 3D. FF8 was a huge step up. But it was more just the fact that it was 3D. I mean, we had the other 3D games at the time too, which was like, you know, Virtua Fighter, that, Tomb Raider. Like, all those, like, that was the cutting edge, you know, as close to real graphics as they could get at the time, simply by virtue of the fact that it was 3D. Granted, FF7, you know, you weren't really playing around in a 3D environment, they were just kind of borrowing the graphics of other fully 3D games. But, yeah, like I said, that was... It was an impressive step at the time, but, you know, going with something more simple with a specific art style always tends to last longer than trying to go for whatever is the most realistic looking at the time. At least once you got to 3D. Because when you were still working with Pixel, trying to go for as... I'm not even sure I can say that, because I don't even think it was ever in their minds to go for realism in pixel art. Like, it wasn't really something you could do. Not until, like, way, probably... Until you got to the point where you could have HD pixel art. No. Definitely not until you got towards the end of, like, PS1 generation. Like, I want to say Breath of Fire 4 was probably the first point where... Maybe even, like... That was probably around the time where you had a big enough palette of pixels to actually try to make realistic-looking pixel art. which still kind of ends up. I mean, it's pixels, so it's not like it's trying to look real. It's still kind of trying to look cartoony or anime. But yeah, once they got into 3D and they started trying to make things actually look as real as possible, those games always tend to look bad in a generation or two by comparison. But this will probably be the last thing I do for today, since we've only got a couple of minutes left. I need to try to decide which of these two parties I want to do first, and then save. I guess we go with the robot and the floating head, just because that would probably be funnier. Let's divide the gold up evenly. I just realized almost all of the ammo items are going to be going to Party B. I hope Stinger and Windleaf can learn more about Wildern before they head off. They must. They will journey to an unexplored and wild new land. There may be death. R5, there could also be life. This is the time to think positively. I will work to become a more optimistic Harvester Mark V robotic entity. That's the spirit, I think. Now let's go before Fessin brings us any more maps and books to read. I already know where I'm going. As you wish. Shouldn't interrupt Windleaf and Stinger in the library. Affirmative. They have enough to think about. Good. Come on then. Ah, but counterpoint. Hero says there may also be life. Kind of weird to be walking around with that tiny little head icon as your avatar. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop here, and we will pick this up tomorrow. Yeah. Apparently, the new CPU fan and the new thermal paste is working just fine. Got through the whole stream without getting anywhere near high temperatures. So it sucked not having a computer for a week until I could get those parts in, but it looks like it's all fixed up. like I said, we'll be continuing this tomorrow. Apparently, we'll be doing the Hard 5 and 0 portion. I might actually look forward to see, because it said you could switch parties back and forth. Kind of curious, like, if that should be the order I do, if that should be the order I do things in or not. I may look a little forward in the FAQ just to decide how far I want to go before switching or not. Because I assume at some point they're all going to meet up again. But yeah, there was a big chunk of time in between, but that's our second day on Shadow Madness. As I said, we'll be continuing tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in the area. Yeah, I mean, not really anything I can think of to on my mind. I completely slipped that it happened. Oh yeah, I escaped. That's like my Houdini trick. I escape the bowl at the end of every stream. But yeah, I need to watch what happened at Gamescom. It completely slipped my mind that was today. Once again, from not having a computer for a week, kind of lost track of things. But yeah, I need to check what happened. Look at the videos, what happened at Gamescom, see if there was anything interesting. A lot of times they are, but I'm sure there might be something in there that's interesting and worth looking in. Yeah, that I did see. Apparently February 1st the next year. Which I still think that it's very unfortunate that happened. Had that game actually released in 2018, it would have been like everybody, like so many people would have been picking that game up just for how good it looked. But 5 years have gone by. Had it released in 2018, it would have been an amazing looking game that would have blown people's minds, and people would have picked it up just for the graphics. Now, I mean, it still looks good, but it's kind of par for the course of stuff that we're getting now. It's not above and beyond amazing looking like it would have been had it came out in 2018, which, unfortunately, that's gonna be a loss in sales. Like I said, there would have been people that would have bought it just because of how pretty it was compared to everything else at the time. And 5 years later, like I said, it still looks good, but it's not blow people out of the water good looking anymore. So it's kind of lost that insane wow factor that it could have had it released. I'm still hoping it's a really good game. I'm hoping it will be. I'm looking forward to it coming out, but yeah, it could have been a way bigger deal. But I guess shit happens and they had to spend 5 more years working on it for whatever reason. So I was just hoping that those 5 years were well spent, and it turns out to be a really good game now that it's finally out. Kind of. That's one of those loopholes that they use a lot. Like they'll say it's winter 2023, and that goes until February 24. that's just one of those corporate loopholes that they do with quarters. So technically, when they say 2023 and then having it come out February 24, that still counts as fourth quarter 2023. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like a loophole that they can say that they didn't lie, but at the same time, none of their consumers are going to hear 2023 and then have it come out February 24 and connect the dots, unless you just happen to know, oh, that's how business quarters are staked up. Their shareholders will know that and understand that they weren't lying about it, but the average consumer will not, and will probably be disappointed by it. So it's probably not a good practice to do. Yeah, either way, I need to track down some video of Gamescom, look through for myself, see if there's anything on there. I'm guessing probably Grand Blue and maybe one other thing, like the only other JRPGs on there. I'd still like to see if there's any like indie game or like maybe a really good action game. That's basically the only things I look for is JRPGs, indie games, especially if they are in the style of JRPGs, which we're getting more of. It's a trend that's starting to happen. And, you know, a really good fast-paced action game. Yeah, that's the stuff I look for. I do not. I am not a fan of first-person shooters. I think the only one that I played with any regularity was Destiny 1, and that was more so just because a lot of friends were playing it, and I was playing it more so just to hang out and shoot the shit, rather than actually enjoying the game. Yeah, I guess let me go ahead and give callouts, and then we can end. So, Ragna, Alt, Mile, Irby, Samato, Cucumber, Kaz, Nami. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, Level 1 Alt, for the raid. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, we'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. And as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to... Oh, wow. Kaz is playing Suikoden 5. Let's go ahead and jump in on that. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!